Hello, folks. My name is Finnsfolks. Welcome back to the stream. I am so ready for this. You're predicting my t-shirts now? Is that what we're doing? I wear dark stuff. I wear a lot of things, but I guess you're not wrong in this case. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Maybe throw you a curveball. What up, Wasim? Yes, Scary Pretty Paradox is indeed in this collection of music. It's not in the mix yet. Oh dear. Let me guess, my voice is really deep. Did you do? I don't know why it does that, but every so often it like messes with the audio settings of my microphone. I don't understand why it does that. I'm sure you can, but I've never bothered doing that. But yeah, sometimes I have to reset the, the audio settings of my audio driver in order to get it back up to speed. Anyways, those here, welcome. What drink do y'all have on hand this time? I've got Baja Blast this time. While we're starting up, I'm gonna go ahead and make the rounds and invite some people in. I love this song, man. I really should remix this at some point. Check chat. Rainbow Freddy in the background. Yeah, that is actually from one of the very first conventions I ever went to, like one of the first ever local conventions. And that LED light is actually something that I got from a Dave & Buster's. Especially thanks to a friend of mine. Are you now, Gundam? We got some vibes going on in here, don't we? All right. So if you guys are coming in from the Discord, where I posted the announcement for this stream, you will know that I said in the announcement that I have a particular goal that I would like to reach. Currently, let me go ahead and share my screen. As you can see, I haven't really made much progress since the last stream. In fact, I've barely, excuse me, good lord, touched it at all, really. So we're still at around 13 and a half minutes, just about. Maybe a little further. So, in order to make up for that, I intend, in this live stream, to double the amount of time that this mix has. So if we're at 13 and a half minutes, I intend to go to 27 minutes in this mix. Maybe even further if we can, because now that we're out of the intro, we're in the easier part of just, you know, working on this mix as more of a large body. And we can get away with a little bit more, because it's supposed to be a mix of vibes more than anything. Having fun with it. Remember? Come here, you. Remember, if it isn't fun, it's not worth it. Remember. That's alright, Falcon. It's good to have you in regardless. Christmas Breakcore? What on earth are you on about, my dude? Zombie Striker, good to have you. I'm gonna lower the camera just a little smidge. Hopefully that should be just enough. All right, so we've got the mix up. We've got a goal in mind of doubling the time, maybe even going beyond that. So I say we get started. Shall we? I'm gonna turn the background music way down. Let's see a replay. You know what? That's a good idea. Let's play some catch up and see what we missed out on. So I will start. Let's go with here as our replay point. That is halfway through, just about, a little over halfway. So let's go ahead and actually hide the Spotify for now. And let's take a listen.
You know when you keep running but your legs are standing still. It's like you're stuck in a nightmare but you keep doing it for the thrill. Well, this is reality. You only live it once, so wake up.
Oh, me too. AU5 is so good. And apparently he released a brand new EP too. I gotta check that out. I feel like there's a lot of potential with it. I haven't checked out his other EP, Emberwake, yet. Indeed. You take the best parts of every song and bring them together in just the right way. Two remixes against each other. I mean, yeah, kinda. If they fit the bill, then absolutely. How long have you been waiting to make that joke? No, it can't, because that doesn't fit for this. I mean, when did I Said Meow even come out? Had to have been like a decade ago at this point. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't need to chop this either. I'm curious about something. When did I Said Meow come out? 2016, so almost a decade ago. It's actually not that far away from being a decade old. Ah, shit. Specifically May 23rd. I will never accept 2016 being more than 5. I know, right? It doesn't feel real that it was that far away. I like this form of chopping where it has moments of silence or singling out in the middle of being more focused on the combination, in a sense. Hang on. It's more around here, isn't it? There it is, there it is. Found you. Hang on. I gotta hear that again. Like silly putty. I mean, it does feel like we're trudging through quicksand sometimes, doesn't it? To this day, I still don't know what genre you make. I make whatever I want, to be honest. This I would call... That I would call mid-tempo. But I also can make dubstep, color bass, house, of course, of varying kinds. I have yet to do future bass. The genre is etc. That's a good way to put it. Can you do a remix of I Said Meow? If it came out this year, yes. To me, all of your music is epic gamer music. Hey, you know what? To be fair, that's not a bad genre to have. Like, on in the background of gaming. I mean, we literally, like, You and I literally did some Counter-Strike gaming while listening to one of my mixes in full. Let's see. I think this song... We got in the zone, yeah. Remember, everyone secretly makes blues. Is that a reference to something? That feels like it is. Probably not. I'm gonna let this song play out because, actually, at the end, in the second drop, I plan on having something switched up, but I'm gonna do it off camera. So, not for your eyes just yet. Not for your ears just yet either, for that matter, because it's a mix. That's a lot of single playing for a mashup. For now. And we're allowed to do that. I'm certainly allowed to do that. I mean, it's my own song, too. I mean, come on. Just put an acapella and you're fine. Honestly, that might not be a bad idea. I just don't know what that acapella would be. Right there. Let's have a reverb right at the end. Something nice and washy. Turn it down all the way, and then we'll take you, turn the mix up right about there. Put there as the cutoff point. And slowly build it in like so. Could also fit better here, mayhaps. What song should go with this? We'll see. There we go. Yes. That works so well. But I agree, we should have something at the ready here. All right, cool. All right. We've got a setup for something to continue this. Now let's figure out what could go with this. We got this pulled up. Where are you? Where are you? We need key BPM. We're still in around 100 to 110. So we need something. We're still in the key of G minor, but we could switch it around if we need to. We just need to find something that fits the bill. Maybe this? It's got the same vibe already. Yo! Icefire, what's good? So the snare doesn't quite fit the bill for this, but let's see what the second drop has to offer. I mean, when it progresses, it gets better. Oh my god, that is perfect. Okay, so that is an option. Let's see what else we got. We already used Laser Quest. We need something other than that. We need... What about you? But in the key of G. Okay, I think this is a good contender. So, I keep forgetting it's called Trader Joel. I keep forgetting that's the name of the song. Okay, so that and In Fowler's Stay Alive, both from Exobolt. So, we've got some choices here. Let's bring this over to here. There we go. Isn't Trader Joe being super... No, Trader Joel, the song name. Common misconception. All right, let's go. Up. And... we'll do maybe one or two more drops in this tempo before we switch it to... I want to say house tempo. I think that's the move to go for. Isn't Trader Joe being sued by Smuckers? Hell if I know. Who is Joel and what is he trading? Who knows, honestly. Could be anything, really. Did I get this from SoundCloud? I think so. Ah, close. He's a wandering trader. That's a way to put it. Right about there. Oop, nope. Right about there. Yes. Other songs in 32K. That's not exactly what I was looking for. I'm more like... I've noticed that anytime I grab songs from SoundCloud as opposed to YouTube, the song, like, grid seems to line up a little better, like, on its own. Joe the Trader and his legends have faded. Wait, hold on. Joe the Trader and his legends have faded into the forsaken elements of history, but his lore runs deep within the blood of all marketplaces. I think SoundCloud is what... It's not the quality that I was looking for, so... I have no clue, QPS. I have no clue what you're on about, if I'm being completely honest. Okay. In Fowler was the next one I wanted to do. In Fowler, where are you? Stay Alive, yes. Ha, 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 ha. Imagine I just randomly put... For the next meme mix, I should absolutely add Stayin' Alive. Okay, so Project Tempo. Wait, is that what it is? Hang on. Stay Alive. No, it's 110. Does it change over time? Hang on. BPM editor. Reanalyze multiple BPM. No? So why would it say that? That's odd. 112. I can do more than one, you know. I am allowed to... I'm allowed to do whatever the feck I please. I'm gonna add crab rays. I did that for the first one, actually. I might do it again, but we'll see. There we go. Let's line that up nicely. I think this song, this is going to be an odd play, but I think this song could use a Camel Crusher, specifically British Clean? Let's see how that feels. Yeah. That brings out the brightness of it a little nicely, I think. Chop mod? We're getting there. I just got to figure out what to do for this section. It's so fun having my friend who's not used to being here, like, see what the hell I'm doing with these music things. Like, this language is, like, foreign to him, so it's like he can come up with quips instead, and it makes it all the more entertaining. You know what? I haven't seen any Creo stuff this year, but I'm sure he's released something this year. Let me see, actually. Oh, Prophecy, Into the Night. When did Manta Rave release? September. That doesn't count. He has 2 songs, Prophecy and Into the Night. I'll have to look into those after the stream. I know almost nothing of modern music making. Well, then I hope that my stream is a great view into the world. I hit my microphone, dang it. The point of this is not to understand what's going on, really. The point of this is just to vibe and hang out, really. More than anything. Genuinely speaking, I truly believe if I were allowed to, I would make this into more of a podcasty kind of thing, too. We are professionals here. We slap out microphones. No, that's called a mic drop. That's a mic drop that we do. No. The camels do the crushing. That's why they're the mascot for the crusher. Yeah, I know. Did I do it right? I wish I had like a throwaway mic that I could use to commit to the bit. Maybe at some point I just get a prop mic and just do that. All right, let's see. Thank you. Whomst do the camels crush? How many warlords have they humbled and trampled? Who they trample doesn't really matter. What if the mic keeps rolling till it falls off the platform? Well, that's a boss move, is what it's called. Didn't know you had a pet owl. I call her Ava. Okay, now, do I dare? All right, get yourself some food. Do I dare? I kind of do. I feel like. Heck yeah. I think that works. Again, I feel like this stream works well in complete audio form. Like, you don't need to see anything that's going on. So if you want to have the stream on in the background just to do whatever, you totally could. You could get away with doing that. It's honestly kind of if I were allowed to, I would like put some of these live streams up on Spotify for potential podcasty kind of things. Maybe at some point, I'm not sure. I'm sure I could figure something out, but okay, right there. Okay, let's turn you down. It's Neo Luminum and Exobolt put together. Whew, that's intense. Let's fix that. Okay, so you... Nope, just you. There we go. Now let's figure out what we're going to do with these 3 tracks. Okay, I feel like Stay Alive, specifically the part where the kick comes in, could be a good addition. All right, an idea is already forming. Let me try something real quick. Yeah. Cut that. Like so. Something like this. That sound, that's this. I feel like this song just needs to be louder in general. So let's just bring it up by a little bit. Wow. Swap those. think we're getting somewhere. Let's see how that sounds. Yeah, not bad, not bad. I feel like there we go. Yes. What's on your sandwich? What you got? Hopefully something good. I mean, I'd assume so. Nice job, Ben. Thank you. Not a bad choice. Never been a fan of ham myself, but those who do, I bet that it tastes really good. It's hot a little. Okay. Like hot, like spicy, or is it hot like just temperature? Temperature. Oh, okay. So you toasted it. Only in fries and maybe pizza. That's fair. I hear some people do like hot honey on pizza or something like that. Ooh. This is tricky. Oh, never mind. Let's do some quick chopping here. There we go. All right, let's see how that sounds so far. Hang on. You know what? This actually does need to come over here. Yes. All right, cool. Good Lord. Is it like a war zone out there? I'm sorry, bud. All right. Basically do the same pattern we did before. Can leave one of these songs like a bassy one. What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, I kind of understand what you're talking about, but I feel like this is working so far. Oh. I know, but it will in the second half of its drop when the when the more appropriate snare comes in. It's just that right now it has more the snare rather than the snare. There's a difference there, and I feel like when that snare comes in is when I'll use it more. Yeah, not for now at least. I feel like the second half of the drop is when it'll come in a little bit more. That's my take. So yeah, right now it's not at the forefront that much, but I plan to change that once it comes in, once that other snare comes in. Need a gym mix from you. Been listening to EDM in the gym. I should do that, honestly. Just like, should I, at some point in the future, just make a dubstep mix that is non-stop, just like full on, no breaks in between, just like heavy dubstep through and through? Should I do that at some point? Gym mix for gym bros in chat. Just like the most intense I can make it. Because like, here's the thing. I have, actually, let me pull this up. I have a playlist called The Rebellion. I gotta change the cover photo for this. I'm working on one, but I still gotta fix that. But essentially, the way that this works, the idea, like, let me read this off to you. The power you need to take back control of what rightfully belongs to us. An ever-growing power bomb of tracks to hype you up for any theoretical uprising. Lock and load makes our time has come. I would like to make a mix out of this kind of stuff at some point, where it feels like you are listening, while you're listening to this, you are in the battlefield, taking back control of what was lost, essentially. And we have a lot of stuff here from a wide variety of places, as we see here. A lot of Excision, a lot of Murata, got some Temanite, Midnight Tea, Phase 1, Samplifier, Sultan, Squunto, Xylent. Just the list goes on. I mean, it's literally 21 hours worth of music. So this, I feel like, would be a good prompt to go off of. So I'm going to come up with some cover art for this. Maybe next year, this is something that we can return to for a mix prompt. And I could have you guys add to this ever-growing playlist of just a crazy amount of tracks. I mean, how many do I have in here right now? I have 345, and the list just keeps growing. It is wild. Just how much is in this one playlist. You have a try for making cover art for the cover? I have an idea for what it's supposed to look like, but I'm down to see what you have in mind. No cold breaks. Frozen Heart will fit this. Fit for what exactly do you mean? Also, hey, Ziv. Toxic. I know you talk about Toxic quite a bit, actually. I wonder if that would be... I do still need to take a listen to some of their stuff and see how that go. See how their kind of stuff, what their style is. Hope you're doing well, Ziv. Good to have you back, Zombie Striker. I listened to Frozen Heart while working on Elbows. Maybe for the gym mix, then. Can we get Open Season Skies on Spotify? I feel like that song is way too outdated at this point. If I were to post Open Season Skies onto Spotify, I would update it drastically, remaster it. Because that was a test for Progressive House after listening to the Taking You Higher mix from Mr. Suicide Sheep. From, how long ago was that? Had to have been more than a decade. Had to have been. Hang on. Let's see. Mr. Suicide Sheep. Taking You Higher. The very first Taking You Higher was 13 years ago. That's the kind of thing that I was listening to way back then when it was still relatively new, like a couple years old, maybe. And after listening to it, I got inspired to try something out for the first time. And if I were to try it again, I feel like I would absolutely have to remaster it. The recent stuff with Fit Gym stuff, like his album, like, so Toxic released an album. Is it like a new one? Some artists upload all their songs as, or don't upload all their songs as songs. So, yeah, I guess that is a little annoying. I will agree to that, but I have my ways of having multiple ways of listening to different stuff. Let's get back into this. Oh. We have a switch up. Fascinating. Oh, okay. It was released this year. I'll take a listen to that. See what I think. In fact, let me see if I can. No, not Tokyo Machine. Toxic. Where are you? Not Villain Season, right? That's an EP. I don't see the album you're talking about. Do you mean the 6-track EP? I mean, I guess an EP would be a really good way to introduce me to what someone's about. I'll have it on at the ready. Ah, you did. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure. I wanted to make sure. Okay, cool. He posts his stuff mainly on SoundCloud. Gotcha. I have an idea. I'm going to cut this off a little bit and do it here. There we go. Something concerned about the cover art for songs like New Game, Rainbow Road, basically Monster Cut stuff has the same cover. Not sure I know what you mean. Oh, like when it's hard to find songs amidst like compilations and stuff. I guess that makes sense. Welcome back, QPS. I don't know about Creed that much, so I can't say that I know anything about like their work as a whole, truth be told. I feel like, you know what? Screw it. I was trying to withhold from doing it, but honestly, maybe Subtle Master mode? There we go. Now they're about the same. Waterframe released something a couple days ago. That's cool. I haven't really been too big a fan of Waterflame's stuff. I feel like his stuff is a little hard for me to get into. It's not, it's not conventional songs. It's more like soundtracky, more of a journey, all of his songs. So it's kind of hard to remember his songs all that much unless they were like used for something like a Geometry Dash level, for instance. It can be a little repetitive too. That's the other thing. I don't mind Waterflame stuff. I do really find his style to be enjoyable in parts. And I definitely get the appeal. I guess it's just not for me. All right, how do I approach this now? I have an idea, actually. They both follow that same pattern of blah, 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 blah. What if I did that? Like this drop at this point is just like pretty much the whole thing. There's a lot you could do with this, I feel. Since we're making... Yeah. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, it's crazy to me to think that, like, literally anything can kick off the 2026 EDM playlist for me. Like, this year, it was Duckstep. What's going to kick it off this coming year? For 2026, I wonder. Longest chop drop for now. I would disagree, but that's probably just because, like, this doesn't have as many songs. So maybe I'm just, like, perceiving it incorrectly. Also, I think the reason it feels longer is just because of the fact that we've been sitting on this for a little long at this point. I did see the video that you're referring to. For all I know, it could be a joke. Because, like, it's just the reveal of, like, some fancy-looking earbuds. Not even headphones. Earbuds. So we'll see, I guess. Oh, he did confirm. Okay. I feel like Equalize track just needs to be a little quieter. Let's see how that sounds. Yeah, it feels more balanced now. There we go. Yeah, that sounds so much more balanced. So, okay, good to know. I just needed to turn down Equalize track a little bit to balance with the other two. The video's a joke, but SB2 is real. Okay, cool. You just never know. You really never know on YouTube until you, like, actually see, like, or, like, in, like, videos like that. Videos like that, you can really never tell unless you either know the person or they've outright said otherwise elsewhere. Something like that. Confirmed it's real multiple times. Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm not too, like, up to date on the, you know, the stuff that he's got going on, admittedly, so I would not know for sure. back to the big 2025. I agree. Dark Dragonfire 2. I don't even know how the first one goes, to be fair. Yeah, that's true. Unless they plan on making it like a New Year's release, which would be kind of cool. We're getting somewhere, I think. Sorry I'm not talking that much. I'm just really locked in, I feel. Oh, here we go. You got some news, Civ. All right, what you got? Do I plan on making a tutorial? I've thought about making a tutorial at some point. I just, like, need to get into, like... I need to get back into making videos as a whole first before I do anything like that, truth be told. Okay, already, look at this. We've already added 3 more minutes onto the mix. So, we're already on track to doubling this mix like I had hoped we would do at the beginning of the stream. You got Pro Studio! Well, that's awesome, Civ. Can we get some claps for Civ? Or party emotes? Is it still on sale? It should still be on sale. If I spell it right. There we go. Yeah, it's still on sale, so if you all want Mixcraft, can't recommend it enough. Where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Still on sale until January 5th or 6th. Yes. Yes, indeed. This song wants to keep going. Made a little mix earlier just to test out. Cool stuff. Meanwhile, I'm stuck on Mixcraft 9 recording studio. Hey, you know they allow for some cheap upgrades too. So if you already have Mixcraft, you can upgrade for a discount. So let's see. If I were to go to upgrade, So if you have Mixcraft Recording Studio version 1 through 9 and you want to upgrade to 10, you can get it for $29. Legit. You can upgrade for super cheap. And this isn't even a sale thing. This is what it's telling you you're saving by upgrading instead of just buying it outright. So $30, you've got Mixcraft Recording Studio 9. You can get the Recording Studio upgrade for $30. I say it's probably worth it. You're on 8. Same thing. Like it says, if you have Mixcraft Recording Studio versions 1 through 9, you are allowed to upgrade to 10 Recording Studio for $30. Any version that you have of Recording Studio, it will allow you to upgrade for $30. Obviously, if you want to go to a higher price point, then that's probably going to increase. But still, it's still discounted. Yeah, consider it, by all means. It's cool because you can edit the scale. I assume you mean this part. We did indeed. It's not that long, actually. It just feels that long because of the fact that we took so long to do it. But realistically, this drop is 30 seconds. Compare that to, say, one of the first ones up and over here. Like, let's take the very first drop over here. This one goes from here to roughly around here. So with that in mind, that is from about 3 minutes, 25 seconds, just about. And what about the one over here? This one should be roughly the same. Well, this one also has a breakdown section too. So if we count that, that's technically 45 seconds. And here, this one is 4 minutes 3. Going to, again, if we count the breakdown section, that's almost an entire minute. And it makes sense too, because the very first drops are the more grand, the more epic. So let's see what we just did. Let's actually have this fade in a little more. Cool stuff. Okay, but real quick, you, 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 and you, you, you. Bring down by 1. Oh, right. This one. Is it this one? Yeah, this one needs to be lowered. There we go. Now it's a lot more balanced. All right, one more time. Let's listen to it in context one more time. Save. Make sure we don't lose everything we just did. Big man came around. Hey, I completely get it. Good to have you around. Hope you're enjoying even just the audio of this. Cheers. The balance is perfect here. All right, cool. Where do we go from here? Now, let's bring the tempo up, I think, to around 120, 128. House tempo, you know. What tempo is Quantum Heart? That's 145. That would be going back to dubstep. I'm talking more about going to house tempo. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. What do green songs mean? Don't mind that. That's because I used them for my Halloween mix, but they carried over to this. Green in my Halloween mix set list on Virtual DJ just means it's a new song as of this year. But it doesn't count to this collection. So, we don't have to worry about that. What do we use? What do we use? What do we use? There's so much we could use. I'm going to fix the tags for this one real quick. There we go. That's fixed. What does this sound like? I do like this song, but I gotta be honest, this does not really sound like a Linium, if I'm being honest. What's y'all's favorite tempo for mashups or music in general? For mashups, I would say dubstep tempo. Honorable mention going to mid-tempo. House is fine, but I often find myself struggling a little bit to find house songs where I can do chopping. What does this one sound like? I would have to change the key to make that work, which I could. I very easily could. Oh, but you all know, this one has to be for the finale.
Don't wanna go, but I have to do what's right. And I know that it kills to say goodbye.
Maybe I just had bad examples, Sid. Yeah, this song, it's so fitting for a finale, and I might keep it in this key too. I have ideas. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do them in time, but I'm going to try to do some stuff. How's this song go? We do love ourselves some good old bad computer, and that tag is very incorrect. How's this one go? Isn't this 8? No, it's E minor. Good on Boom Kitty making waves this year. Like, honestly, good on him. Your tag is very incorrect. I mean, it was. But I fixed that very fast. Let's see. How's this one go? God, I wish the snare would come out a little bit more. It feels like it's squashed. Da, da, that is C sharp minor. This song, I don't know how I'm going to incorporate this song, but I feel like this could make for like a fun little before the finale kind of thing. Because it's so pretty. TSC? I'm not sure I know what that is. Oh, interesting. I mean, I do have Violet Pony, so if we're talking like going for brony music, I don't really care as long as it sounds good. How does this one go again?
Oh, sister, sister,
Speaking of Violet Pony.
what do you deserve?
Oh, but this song.
You're all that remains. Finish the mission.
Fighting in the sky, could it be a
Yeah, there's just a lot of potential here for like, yeah, there's just. How's this one go? Actually, hang on. Da, 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 da. That is G minor, isn't it? It's just very jazzy, so it's hard to stick with it. Da, 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 ba, doo. Yeah, that's G minor. There's also my own song.
2, 1, let's go. When you put your hands on up to the sky. When you get your
We could shift the key up to it. Oh, you know what? Where is it? Where is it? It's in 132 tempo, isn't it? There you are, yes.
When you hear this music, it don't even matter. All the other noise don't hit. Like no limit music. So turn this knock to
Just run, just run, just run.
Ah, man. There's like, so I didn't intend to go with this key for my own song when I was making my Knock 2 kind of inspired track. Where is it? Where did I put it? There you are. Yeah, there are no limits.
3, 2, 1, let's go. When you put your hands on up to the sky. When you get your emotions up on a high, it's gonna be alright. Hey, yeah, it's gonna be alright. Hey, yeah, yeah. When you touch someone, you just wanna fly. And you never want this feeling to die. Well, it's gonna be alright. Hey, yeah.
Oh, you did see Mr. Cool Tricks. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? There he is. Where do you see big giant circles?
It's a really good shuffle. It's a really cool jam. It's a really nice groove now. All the shuffle jam. It's a really good shuffle. It's a really cool jam. It's a really nice groove now. All the shuffle jam. All the shuffle jam.
So I would, well, I was gonna say I would use this, but we just came out of 2 songs that are from Exobolt already. But then again, it's our mix. We could do whatever the hell we want with it. Gym circles. What, big giant circles? Also, Magic Mirror could probably go well with it. This is not G. Also, that's gonna have to come way later, methinks. I'm slowly changing the keys of these songs as I go. Like this song is E flat minor, I remember. Something like that. How's this song go? Right, it's this one. In my song. No, that's just me. My song has my own voice. Where is it? Not this one. It was, there you are, this one.
3, 2, 1, let's go. When you put your hands on
That's me.
when you get your emotions up on a high, it's gonna be alright.
You're a giant circle.
It's gonna be alright. Hey, yeah, yeah.
No, I'm G sharp minor.
And you never want this feeling to die. Well, it's gonna be alright.
All right, so we've got a lot of options here. You know, a lot of house tempo stuff. We even have the Sanzi and Hoyo mix stuff. How's this one go? Right. There's also this one. Yeah, that'll come in like a more trancey section, I think.
I wanna feel the ground shake when the bass go boom till the clouds break. Turn the music up now. I want it. I wanna feel the ground shake when the bass go boom till the clouds break. Turn the music
Blazing
up now.
Heart. I don't think I know that song by name, so let me see. Oh, this one. The tempo is 140 or 139. Meaning, if I use it, it's going to have to be in tandem with something else, probably. No, we're not forgetting the point. I feel like we're just reminding ourselves of what we have available to us so that we can pick something. Last Chance. What does Last Chance sound like? Where's Last Chance? That's 150 again, my dude. That's dubstep tempo. We're in house. Okay? I know you're excited for cold breaks, but come on. We are looking for what song to go. Yes, essentially. We're trying to figure out... We're seeing what our options are and going from there. Time's Gone By is not C sharp minor, it's G sharp minor. I remember specifically because it's my own song. Point is to have fun, damn it. We're having some good fun indeed. That's not the cover art for that, but sure. There is so much to choose from. This is 134? Oh, I guess it is. It just really does not sound like it's in 134 BPM, but I guess it is. Brain noodles activated. Busted is 120. Is it? Actually, hang on. Where's Busted? It's 130, so close enough. F sharp minor. There we go. Have that at the ready. So that's an option. You know what? I want to, so I'm gonna. We're going with this next. Hell yes. Hell freaking yes, dude. I am totally down for doing that next. I forgot how good... I keep forgetting how good of a song that is. All right, let's see. Tokyo Machine... Busted. Why are we doing suggestions for the Anything Goes mix when that's not what we're working on right now. Oh, sure. You got it. Tokyo Machine, 10 Midnight, Boom, Kitty, Busted. I will DM you a YouTube link, but I can also send you a Spotify link if you prefer that too. So let me find you. Falcon. You're somewhere around here. Shit, I don't know where you are. There you are, Falcon. Boop. Busted could sound a lot better at... It could. I feel like it does have some more potential. It had more potential. But even still, I love the... just how it sounds as a whole, regardless. For something they made when they were on tour. I did not know that. I did not know that they made that when they were on tour. Cosmic Dreamer by DJ Janner is not a new song. You cannot trick me into thinking that that's a new song. I've used that song in Global Digitalities 1 and 2. What's your favorite key? Has to be G minor. I use it all the time, and sometimes way too much. A minor is pretty good, though. The intro Busted is giving me Earn to Die vibes. I have never played that game. I might have known about it a little bit, maybe heard of it. I can't think of it off the top of my head, though. B major is really good, especially for nostalgic vibes, but personally, I think that E major and E flat major are my personal favorites in that regard. What didn't work? I'm getting pinged for some reason. You should have said that it was a 2025 version, mate. I didn't know he made a 2025 version. You should have led with that. You can't just say the name of an old song and expect me to know that. It's a game where you kill zombies with a car and collect money to upgrade it. Pretty old game. Earn to Die. It sounds like one of those kind of Steam games that you would just play in a party with like a group of friends on like LAN or whatever. I'm a pingy man. My bad. Nah, you're fine. I'm just giving you a hard time. Yo, what if we take all these songs, bring them up to the tempo of Busted at 128? I know it's 130, but 128 is what I'm sticking with. And have those play along with Busted for the next drop. In that case, let's scroll up to... So let's make this 128. This motif is familiar. Which motif? the dum dum little do or whatever. I kind of see what you mean. Also, I am going to fade this in with a DJ filter knob because I want to. Wait, I just realized I never adjusted this. Project tempo, yes, yes. Yeah. See, it's off grid a little bit, so I gotta fix that. No, it does. I just have it turned off for now. You hit M to turn it on. It's right here. I just don't use that to line up the grid of songs. Okay, I need to turn these two down a lot right about here. And maybe fade them both out with a DJ M filter, just the same as I'm doing with Boom Kitty and with Busted, I should say. Right about like that. And then bring that down to here as well. Maybe the BPM can actually be... All right, that feels better. Yeah. Just had an idea. What if instead of making long form mashup tutorials, we started with short form videos where you share some tips and tricks? See, I thought about doing that too, like in shorts, YouTube shorts. But again, I just feel like I need to get like back into the swing of doing content creation more before I do that. I have not mixed an FNF song before. YouTube makes glitches. I'm not even going to dignify your joke with a response. Now we're cooking. You know, despite this collab not really having a lot to it in terms of its idea, I feel like it is impressive that you can still hear all three of their styles put together really cleanly. What would go well with Busted? That is a very good question. A Boom Kitty. We already have a Boom. Well, we could do more than one Boom Kitty song if we really wanted to. That is technically an option. So let's see what we can come up with. Is this A sharp? This can't be A sharp. Yeah, no, I didn't think it was. Flatline, I feel like, is a little too far away. Flatline's in D minor. That's an entire fifth away from where we are. If I were to bring it up to the key that we were in, I'd have to key it up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times just to get it there. And it just sounds messy at that point. My general rule of thumb that I often work with some exceptions, of course, for like the most cleanly produced songs, which I'll be honest, Boss Fight is not one of those people who does those. My general rule of thumb is when it comes to key changing, I try to keep it between going 3 up to 3 or 4 up and 2 down as my general range of how much I can adjust a key for a song. Any more than that, and it tends to shift things a little bit too dramatically and make things a little too messy and muddy, depending on how you use it. Citadel. Which one is... Where's Citadel? Is Citadel... Where's Citadel? Someone said Citadel. Boom Kitty and Waterflow. It's 132 specifically. I mean, the vibe kind of works, but I then have to shift the key 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And listen to the sub bass comparatively. I think you kind of get the idea what I mean there. It's a little too much of a shift for it to work, in my opinion. It messes with the quality of the song, and when it messes with the quality, you have to either hope that the key of the song, or that the quality of the song is already good enough to withstand that, or you'd have to make some serious like alterations to it and adjustments to make it like fit the bill. So that's why I try to find songs that are in a very similar key, if I can. This song is E minor, I know that. Where? Someone said The Real Madman. I know I have The Real Madman song. Where is he? There he is. Malware, yes. Wait, you might be onto something here. Wait, hold on. Back it up. And man. Yo, we could work with this. It's a little fast, but we could work with that. Making all my songs sound different than the original. Always higher. Back then, that is what I always used to do. I never liked mixing songs in the key that they are already in. I always made it a point to try and make the songs sound different from their original form in some capacity. So I'm with you on that. There you are. F minor. Boss fight the artist approaching. What exactly do you mean there? Also, I need to listen to The Real Madman's new EP. I heard the trailer for it, really liked it, but then just didn't listen to the EP yet. Ah, yes. See, this is what I'm talking about. I got this song off of SoundCloud, and look at that. It's already on the sync to the grid so perfectly. Most of the songs you use are like D or C. Okay. Maybe in this case, if we're going to use these two songs, let's bring the tempo of this up to 130 to balance it out a little bit more. I'm aware of Blue Jam. Name really reminds me of Madhouse Dude. I guess maybe a little bit. Oh, where's the build-up? Right there. Oh, with the guitar already? Yes. I am aware of Temination. I used to be in the Temination, but then left a while ago out of just one of those feelings of being, like, out of place, if that makes sense. Like, one of those irrational feelings of feeling out of place. But I have listened to the Temination mixes up to... I haven't listened to any of the ones that were released this year, but I should. Xylokill. I'm not familiar with that name. I am also aware... What's the name? It starts with a K. Kaylin. I am aware that they are a part of the Temination at one point in one of the mixes, and so it's cool to see them on the Aluminum, of all places. Yeah, Kaylin. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce their name. Or Callan? Not sure. But yeah, they got a feature on Neil Aluminum Volume 3. Where is it? There it is. This song.
All the things we said.
I feel like the snare could be a little more punchy and less washy, but that's just me. The second time. Oh, Callan? Is that how you pronounce it? I hope I'm saying that right. What do I include? Do I include the... Oh, the buildup is longer. Shoot. Dang. Dang. Man, do I include this or... shoot. That's tricky. Yeah, it's either that or this. One of the two. There we go. Turn that down. Turn that down. Keep that on. There we go. Wait. I disagree. The flow doesn't match between the two. I feel like you have to chop in order to make the flow work. Because this is more of a straightforward pattern. Whereas malware is more of a staggered pattern, like because it focuses more on sound design than actual flow, if I'm being completely honest. It still has flow, but it's not a straightforward pattern like Busted is. So something needs to happen here in order to make it work. I honestly, you know what? Part of me wants to have another drop here in place of malware and then have malware come in later. But what would that be, I wonder? It's tricky business. Don't know what to think. Because this one doesn't have, like, really loud in-your-face growly synth. It's more like the squelchy, lasery kind of things, whereas Busted is much more in-your-face. See what I mean? AU5, maybe. What do I have of it? No, other way. Thank you. Like one of these, you mean? How does the silent remix go again? That will go with malware. That will 100% go with malware. But we need something else to go with Busted, I think. Key BPM. Ba-da-da-da. We need something else to go with malware. Or sorry, to go with Busted. How's the drop for Nightmare Night go again? Not quite. We're not. That's not quite it. Shoot. Login? How's that go? No, that won't work. Party Blast is no. You've not listened to Silence Remix? Fun fact, that was like made like 14 years ago, but they've since remastered it for this collection. Unless the original artist posts it. Well, unfortunately in Silent's case, well, he's busy elsewhere, working on We Are Ghosts and working as the Tokyo Machine alias. So he's got his hands full, needless to say. Not Obelisk. Not Shuffle Jam. Lich's Rap? Okay. Take care, Zombie Striker. Good to have you. Silent to be busy. Yes, very much so. I would agree with that notion. This is a wild curveball, but what about one of these? No, probably not that one. Venom wouldn't work. Shoot, we're getting into fast territory now. This sounds like a car getting destroyed. I mean, it is called Button Masher, to be fair. Car Step. Leave this for Last Chance? No. Again, Last Chance is way too far away. Megalovania, yeah. I mean, Monster Cat did do the 10-year anniversary Undertale remix pack, so I had to include something. And I included quite a few of those, quite a few things from that. How about Sans? Good question. What key is that in? Is it really? G sharp minor. Not what I was expecting. The Megalovania remix is too far away. It's D minor. That wouldn't work. Sadly. How's this one go? No. What key are we in? We're still in G minor. D minor is an exact fifth apart, so it would not work. Yeah. That is pretty far. It would make it a bit more distorted. Just a bit. Just a bit. I really feel like Button Masher... with some adjustments to like make it a bit more clean sounding. This could work. Virtual Riots? There's a lot of Virtual Riot stuff. You're going to have to be a little more specific, my friend. And unfortunately, only one thing is even close. And even then, it's an E flat. Is it E flat minor? Yeah, that's E flat minor. That's too far away. Just a little. I mean, I guess it's not too far away per se, but it is like not exactly the vibe we're going for just yet. Decisions. What about major? Major is just like E, A, sports. Or B, or like C, you know. Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down? What's the tempo of the VGR remix? Way too fast. It's like 160, I'm pretty sure. Or something adjacent to that. In fact, if I were to look for it, 150. I was close. So, but yeah, it is very fast. Is there a Skrillex stuffy? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm afraid. I'm going with Button Masher. Vibes are telling me to go with Button Masher. I'm going with Button Masher. Plus, good to have some TemDK in this mix, isn't it? Skrillex stuff. We do have some Skrillex already. We had Fuse at the very beginning of the mix. Hang on. Project tempo. That is 132 tempo. There we go. We figured it out. All right, let's do some adjustments. First off, this absolutely needs Camel Crusher, without a doubt. Maybe without the distortion. Yeah, look how low. Oh, I'm aware. I'm pretty sure that's how I found it to begin with. Honestly, his snare quality has been kind of down for a while. Like, even before then, I'm pretty sure. Nope, wrong button. I'm gonna... I'm gonna hold off on the real Madman until later, but we have him at the ready. Wait. Actually, hold on. This is not bad put together. I feel like we should do the same thing like we did with Azazel and My Track, where it's like there are some moments where one song stands out, but for the most part, we could keep these songs just as they are. Like this, for instance. But also, I could try... Check this out. I'm going to raise this, cut this a bunch, and have all of these... Nope. Woo! That sounds cool! Yeah, I like that. And then same thing here. That's one of my favorite tricks, is being able to like make it like make these notes more stabby like that to go along with whatever like kind of staccato notes are going on top. And it's hard to go wrong with them too. This is fun. I'm already really enjoying this. How far are we in this? We're getting there. We're making progress. We got a lot to go, though. Yeah. Gonna be one of the longest streams. We'll see. I mean, I plan on keeping it the same length, but maybe we'll just go like completely like full speed ahead kind of mode and just lock the hell in. There we go. Yeah, let's have this on its own. And then this, we can do it the other way around and have it chop, 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 chop. Like so. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They call me Chucky. Let's boost this. And then, boop. Let's see what that sounds like. Yes! Like, if you just mute those, and then unmute, it just adds a little element of, like, extra pizzazz to it. That flow actually like works really well. Boost that. This is so cool, man. I'm having a lot of fun with this. Yeah, but like that. So, anyone who doubts that Tokyo Machine and Xylent are the same person, listen to this. That's totally something Xylent would do in his We Are Dust album, just in house format. In my opinion. Uh-oh, we got a bit of a switch up here. Ah, okay. Well, now I gotta make an executive decision. Shoot. Okay. I'm going for this. I'm letting Busted play out and then having Malware come in because I think it's time. At long last. Nope, not the drop. Oh, shoot. We're getting... I'm gonna... Okay, I have an idea. We need... We need you back over here. Right? And then you for the build-up. I mean, that just sounds like a continuation of Busted to a degree. And then we talked about it. Where is it? Wait, hold on. Excuse me. Actually, let's bring this over first. Like so. The Xylent remix of Snowblind. So close. The flow almost works well, just by itself. I'm gonna have this fade in. And have this slowly fade out. Hold on, guys. I'm locking in. All right, now we're at this point in time where we now have to make a decision on how we're going to combine these two, because the flows are still off. Malware is almost in triplets, whereas Xylent is more just bouncy, like swinging. Dude. This is going to be interesting. How do we combine these two? Let's see what we can't do. Hang on. First off, I think this needs... I don't think it needs a camel crusher, actually. Just like a light boost of the sub, perhaps. I feel like if I just adjust the rhythm of one of them and then have them play simultaneously, it'll work. I just need to find out how to make it, like, how to force it to work. Hang on. Do. Nope, just this one. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. It is in triplets. That's why. Now, don't mind me. I'm just locking in. No, the next stream is still going to be regarding this mix, I'm sure, because we're still in the throes of working on it. Hopefully you all see the vision. Yeah, I'm going to keep working on the 2025 EDM mix until it is finished, until the year comes to an end. The next year, in 2026, is when we go back to the Anything Goes mix and the mashup listening party. We do indeed. I'm doing it, though. I'm figuring it's taking some time, but we're getting there. We're making it more 4-4 instead of triplets. It's weird. It goes. It's like the flow keeps switching in malware. Do I even need to do it for this one? Oh no. No, I don't. Fair enough. Yeah, did. Thank God I have an understanding of how triplets work. Otherwise, I'd have been screwed on how to figure out how to make this work. Or even how to think to do this. It's taken a while, but we're doing it. It'll be worth it by the end of it, I'm sure. It's a very long vision. Well, it's because it's a very tedious process. You just gotta, you know, let me cook, essentially. That's the part of mashup making no one tells you about, is that sometimes you gotta do processes like this that just take a while. Just comes with the territory. There we go. Okay. We're there. Now, what does it sound like after all of that? Oh my god, that's a lot of chopping. Yes! It paid off. Oh god, it paid off. Whew. Oh, oh. Yes. Uh-huh. There we go. Hold on. Oh, we're cooking. Hold on. Let me set that up just so we got that. Wait, you know what? Hang on. Now, why would I want a new BPM already? We just got here. I mean, maybe. It depends on, like, how we go about it. I know what you're trying to do. You just want to get to Last Chance or Quantum Heart. I know you well enough, mate. I know you well enough to know exactly what you're trying to get at here. I smalt. We'll get to it eventually, mate. Don't worry. It's not like I'm trying to put it off or nothing. I mean, and then here's the thing. We are allowed to change BPM however much we want. It's not like I, like, plan on sticking with 128 BPM for too long. I plan on, like, probably switching it up a bunch. I'm not putting it off. That's the thing. I'm just working with whatever we've got in the moment and what I'm vibing with the most in the moment. Okay. So we got that. Now we need, no, not you. Duplicate. Delete everything in that. Maybe turn that off. And just the vocals. Project tempo, we're in 128, and the key is that. Right there, huh? There we go, there we go. That's all I wanted, was just that one little moment.
Just got tonight, let the lights get bright.
Is there a moment where that lyric comes through a little bit cleaner, maybe? I feel like there should be. There has to be, somewhere.
I'm running away from my looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight, not of mind.
This honestly sounds good by itself. Like, we could I want to have a moment. I want to have a moment where this vocal is just by itself. Genuinely, I feel like that would be sick.
I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers.
Not poor Mike.
I
treat it with care.
I'm lost in the music.
How am I able to do that? I use this. It's called Ultimate Vocal Remover 5, UVR. It's free. It's open source. It is honestly my favorite tool for stem separation. If you want stem separation, this is your best bet. Like the literal end of the whole mix, I would disagree. I see the vision, but I feel like this would be a cool little interplay section otherwise. Like, as it fades into something else, I feel it would be really cool.
Just for tonight.
But yeah, just this by itself.
I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight, out of
See what I mean? I really feel like it could very easily fit something. Like, as a little interlude section. Let's bring this over. Mute it for now. All right, well, let's cut it there. And I have an idea. I'm going to bring this in here. And I am going to put DJM filter here. Knob. Have it fade down like that. And then let's have some reverb. Cathedral, turn that down, turn that up, down all the way, until, of course, we have the mix. And then we need an impact here. So let me duplicate this. Delete everything in here. We don't need this. We don't need this. We just need a... So let's get something from Splice, actually. We need an impact. Nothing too extreme or powerful, just... Just something really deep and rumbly. With like a kick, like an impact. A lot of options. Are those not the same? Huh. You heard a familiar... We've talked about this before, actually. You heard one of the impacts in a Toxic song before. We talked about this before, like in a live stream way long ago. I can't remember when, but like sometime last year, I think. This is the one, I think.
Running away.
Okay, this also needs some reverb.
Running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light.
Right here, this halfway mark is where I think we should start fading something else in.
Running away. Running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay?
Technically, I can use the official acapella if I wanted to, but in this case, I wanted to do the vocoded version from Xylan's remix, so because he adds extra notes and makes it more unique. What up, Maximus Prime? All right, we need another song to go here now. So let's see what we can add next. We need something to start fading in here. But what could it be? Okay. Da, da, This is, I'm going to say that's F actually. Yeah, for sure, bud. I'm glad I could help. Like I said, part of the reason I like doing these streams is that I like inherently making them educational in some capacity, even if you don't really have much of an interest in doing the music yourself. It at least gives you a bit of an insight as to how this kind of process works. I must stop Christmas from coming. But how? I know you were quoting the Jim Carrey one, but I'm quoting the original animated version. What's this sound like? It's 1:30.
Patterns I see.
Right, it's more of an ambient track. How about you? Nah, not quite. We've already used Busted. This is difficult. But which one sounded like Carrie? What, you mean like, oh, and I do this? That's just a vocal technique. Well, I shouldn't say just. Yeah, this is also F sharp minor. I can come back to that one later. That's E flat minor. Tim and I can do something like that. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Oh, okay, hang on. That's not the key that it was supposed to, that I thought it was in. That could work. What does it sound like at the beginning? You kind of need that intro, I think. Oh, you mean the Visin, where is it? The Visin and, shoot, where is it? This one. You mean this one?
Rated C for Jumbo.
I assume this is the one you mean. Not sure. Is that funk? No, just the intro. Then it does that. I feel like Vision's track from last year on Champo was better than this, but I still kind of like this. Null Electra? Yeah, it is, but it's in triplets, which is a little tricky to work with. Trickly. Oh, you know what? Shoot, where is it? You. Is that just at the regular volume it's supposed to be at? Hang on. Oh, when it's at regular volume. Okay, cool, cool. So that means that these I can actually bring up. But in the meantime, we need like some chords to kind of fade this in. Maybe I bring in my own.
I'm lost in the
Let's bring in Serum. Don't crash. Please do not crash. Okay, thank God. Save. Sounds like I was about to sing a sea shanty. How so, do you reckon?
I'm lost in the music. Yeah. I'm lost in the music. I'm lost in the music. Can I stay? I'm lost in the music. Can I stay here for the night? I'm lost in the music. Can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be good. I'm lost in the music. Can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be good. I promise I'll be gone in the morning. I promise I'll be gone in the morning. I promise I'll be gone in the morning. Out of sight. I promise I'll be gone in the morning. Out of sight.
Wait for the vision. Let me cook. And then, check this out. I'm going to take the cutoff of the filter of filter 1. This is where it gets interesting. Technically, I don't even need this. I could just do this. First off, let's turn this down a bunch by like -6 perhaps. Now,
I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight.
yes! No, let's keep it off like that. Yeah, you see what I was trying to do there, right? Hang on, now we need the whole thing in context. Not quite.
Running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight. I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight.
Is that all the way? Whoop. Is that all the way up? It is. Save.
I'm lost in
All right. Now, let's rewind a little bit and see what all we have done so far to catch ourselves up. Hear it all in context, you know? Not necessarily. We're just listening to what we've done so far in context. I mean, we are 3 hours into the stream, but I'm having fun. I'm down to keep going. We'll see. We gotta be close. Yeah, we reached over 21 minutes. So actually, yeah, we did. Hell yeah. 24-hour stream. Maybe one of these days if I... get like 100,000 subscribers and can afford to do this for a living. Alright, here we go, here we go. I am so proud of what we did today. Alright, here we go. Now for the other ridiculous amount of, like, editing for the drop. A little messy still, but I still vibe with it. Color, yes.
looking for answers, but I'm blinded by
That's just
the
a good showstopper moment.
I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight.
Our computer is picking up a strange signal.
All right. Whoa. That was way too far. But, yeah. It's just crazy. Just so much. Like, and like this right here, this whole section right here, this is the definition of a showstopper moment. Like, absolutely, man. I cannot express to you how excited I am about it. In fact, one more time.
Running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight.
Firefly's MDK remix. I listened to it. I wasn't the biggest fan of it, to be honest. What's next? I think it's time for a key change.
Our computer is picking up a strange signal.
Right about there. Right there, we can do a key change, I think. Oh boy, indeed. So we could do pretty much anything at this point. We could go practically any direction we want to, realistically. Hooray! What about...
You're all that remains. Finish the mission.
Shining in the sky, could it be a sign? Devil on her knees, reach for the divine.
I'm going for this, for sure. I have an idea. Hang on. Hold on. I already have an idea. Hold on. Actually, zoom out a little. Line it up a little better. There we go. We're jamming. I don't care that we're over our time. I'm down to continue. This is awesome. I'm having a ton of fun with this. Where are you? Lightning bolt. There you are. I don't know what I'll pair with this, but I am so down to use this. This is so cool, man. I'm having such a blast with this. All right. Whoop. Guys, thank you. There you are. I imagine it has something to do with the audio interface that I'm using. It's outdated and doesn't have any support. So I'm in the market for a new one at some point. And it hasn't started. I haven't started having issues until I got this new microphone, because the old microphone that I was using is the Blue Snowball that I was like using for years. You've seen this mic, you know, for a long time. This thing. This is what I've been using for years. But it was a microphone that specifically was USB input rather than XLR input, which is what the back of this cable is. So it's a completely different setup. But with that means new problems to deal with, and, you know, it comes with the territory, you know. But again, because my audio interface is outdated, I'm definitely in the market for a new one. It's outdated and it doesn't have any more support from M-Audio, which is the brand it's from. You're on Audio-Technica now, full setup. Nice. This, what I use, is the Shure SM57. It's a professional microphone that has been in the industry as a standard for decades, like since as far back as the 60s, and people still swear by it, so that's why I went with it, because in the music space, this right here is like industry standard at its like core. All right, let's see something. Does this song need to be louder? Hang on. M-Audio has their own DAW. Really? That I did not know about.
You're all that remains. Finish the mission.
Yeah, I need to turn this song up. This is one of the more quieter ones. All right, we need something to go with this. I feel. Okay, I gotta say, I love Violet Pony's music, to be honest, but freaking... I don't know if it's just me personally, but I have such a hard time hearing what she's singing, regardless of what character voice she's putting on, whether it's her own voice or this one where it's like higher pitched. There's another part where she sings later on in this song. Where is it? There, here. So, but no, I know it's higher pitch, but like I'm talking about, she does... when it comes to singing in her songs, she does two characters, and so she portrays them by having one of them higher pitched. That's not the point. The point is, regardless of what version she puts herself in for when she sings, it's hard for me to understand what she is singing as a whole, if I'm just being completely honest. I just have a hard time understanding the lyrics. But that's just me personally. Okay, let's see what else we could do with this. Violet's a she? Yes. She just singing. Yes, that's her singing. I assume. I have no reason to assume otherwise, personally. Maybe this song could work? That could work. Maybe. Citadel. Right, I forgot. Citadel. What's Citadel? That's E flat minor. I'd have to pitch it down. Which is not bad. It sounds nice. I just know that the drop... Let's see, where is it?
It's another one.
But like, listen to that. Listen to how wild that is. Compared to just this. This is more like... This is more like... There's like clear distinction there between the two. In my opinion. So I do not believe that it would fit the bill for this. I know we don't need to, but I like songs that feel like they fit well with each other. Or at least have the same kind of complexity to it so that we can do something... That's the most fun to me to work with. Like, this isn't the most crazy, but because it has, like, the right amount of complexity to it, I feel like when done correctly, this could work. It is. Monster Cat released a remix of it. Monster Cat did a 10-year anniversary Undertale remix pack, and Pegboard Nerds took the helm for Megalovania as the last song on the pack, because of course it had to be. I feel like the remix could have been executed better, personally, but for what it is... Yeah. I like this. There's a lot you could do with this. What if I... Also, I am going to take the BPM and lower it just a little bit to exactly 128. Just to make it a bit cleaner. Ain't it just crazy? I don't even need to do that much EQing to balance things. Man. Let's see. Where was that one song that I really liked? It was like something extra bass version. I know the Megalovania remix is like very likely a good addition we could work with. Where was that other one? There was another one. Hang on. Not Busted. We already used that. Not, Drift? No. Where are you? I had you earlier. Shoot. had you earlier. This one. It could. I think that's a fair idea. Okay, what was it? It was Lingo Turbo. Where are we at time-wise? We're at 22 minutes. So we got a little bit of a ways to go. I feel down to do at least 1 or 2 more drops. And then I'll call it there for today. Because I am starting to get a little fatigued. But we did a lot of good today, I think. Today, huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction.
You're all that remains. Finish the mission.
Hold on. This sounds off. Like it needs to be 1.5 up. Aha! Working with Colbreak's music has taught me well. Sneaky.
You're all that remains. Finish the mission.
Wait, it's still going, man. Relax, Wasim. We're still gonna. I'm not trying to put it off. I'm trying to find a good place for it. If you shoehorn something in that doesn't work, it's just gonna, you know, not work. Where's the build-up? There you are. It has been indeed so far.
It's another one.
All right, hold on. We might have another easy case. The only thing I don't like about this song is the fact that the snare sucks. Honestly, it's too squashed. And it hides too much in the mix. So, what I'm going to do to mediate that we need a dose of some snare helper. We need a snare to pair with this. Just to, like, help it a little bit. Snares. This one might be the one. I'm feeling this one. The one, yes. See, without, it sounds kind of iffy. Yep. Interesting that they last exactly that long, the both of them. All right, that brought us up to 23 minutes, and I do plan on doing some chopping to make it not like chop, 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 chop. I mean like have them both up and then like have like instances of one being soloed at a time here and there. We'll make it work, I'm sure. Save. Make sure we don't lose all our progress. And fully understand. So like what I did with the Laser Quest and not I Said Meow and Azazel track Save, very important. Yes. So, like, where is it? This drop, where it's like it plays my track and Azazel's track side by side, but has moments of one being soloed. Like so. That's what I mean. I'm doing that, but for this. Yeah, those kind of pauses. Like that, for instance. That could be soloed. What does that sound like, actually? Yeah, we can afford that. That could be soloed. Something like that, maybe? I feel tired. Then go sleep. Don't let me stop you. Fun is only more enjoyable when you are able to actually be awake enough to enjoy it. We could actually do that. Wait. Well, now we're in a bit of a predicament, aren't we? That brings us to 23 minutes and 13 seconds. So we have essentially added 10 minutes to this whole mix. Yeah, I had to absolutely, like, lock in for this, for sure. Like, oh my goodness. Okay. I think I'm out of juice for now, so I didn't complete my goal of doubling the amount of time, but we did make a lot of progress. 10 whole minutes in a stream is kind of cool, and I intend to keep going after the stream is over. Well, you're the only one chatting right now, but there are 7 people watching at the time of this. So let's rewind to where... Let's rewind to right about here, methinks. I need your ability to lock in. I'm still here. Now, don't worry about it. No one's obligated to chat. Y'all are allowed to just vibe if you want to. I fully endorse the idea of you using my streams as a makeshift podcast and doing audio only if you really wanted to. You totally could, and I would be totally okay with that, because these streams are kind of conducive to that. So don't worry about it. Let's head on over to preview window, and let's go ahead and have ourselves a quick little listen of all that we have done today. Wait, hold on. There we go. Those chops are some of my favorites that we did today. Snowblind is a track on its own. It's a song I feel like you might like. Perhaps. Cow meme. Oh, here we go, here we go.
Running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning. I'm silent
That's my favorite thing we did today. Were you not here for that snowblind part, Wasim? Thanks, mate.
Our computer is picking up a strange signal.
Oh, you were? Okay.
You're all that remains. Finish the mission.
Don't mind it. Window cameo. Hello, Window Scott. There we go.
It's another one.
And that is where we are at for the moment. This, by far, for this mix, has been probably the most Where are you? Is it this? Yeah, it's not working. That's weird. There we go. Already, yeah, I know. I've been trying to stream earlier in the day, much as I can, with varying degrees of success. But hey, we streamed like an hour longer than even I anticipated, truth be told. So I'm happy with the progress we made today. We did a lot today. 10 whole minutes of a mix. It's probably the most we've done in one stream. So, good stuff, y'all. Seriously, thank you all for being here for this journey. This whole process has been a lot of fun. Probably the most fun I've had making a mix in a long time, and that's saying something. I thoroughly believe we are back, like fully. This is going to be one of those mixes that I think will be the one to allow me to make a comeback for real. So that's thanks to your guys' support. So all that to say, thank you guys so much for being here. Let's get it, indeed. And I am really looking forward to the next stream already. But until then, I'm going to get off and have a break and just relax now. So until then, thank you guys for being here, and I'll see you in the next stream. Peace.